have been able to discuss many important issues, and this will make a contribution to further strengthening multilateral cooperation between the members of the FAO in the future. Now we will begin with agenda item 24, the date and place of the 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe. The Secretariat has received a request from Cyprus for the floor under this item. Cyprus, you have the floor.
On behalf of the government of Cyprus, I would like to announce Cyprus' candidacy to host the next FAO Regional Conference for Europe in the summer of 2028. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cyprus. Thank you. Are there any other members requesting the floor? The Russian Federation, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to greet everybody. We take note of this kind invitation of the government of Cyprus to host the next session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe in 2028. Now, given that we have received this invitation only just now, we will first have to consult with Moscow on this matter. Overall, we, at this point in time, of course, do not have any kind of objection to this very kind invitation, but at the same time, we would like to have noted in the text of the report on this item of the agenda that the Russian Federation reserves its right to come back to this item on organization of the session in Cyprus should there be a need. Thank you. Thank you, Russian Federation. The conference has taken note of the invitation from Cyprus. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chairperson. The UK would also like to note our gracious thanks to Cyprus for the kind invitation and their announcing of their candidacy. I think that was an important word in the statement, candidacy. I would be of mind to think that we don't need to decide now. We can take note, as I think you were about to say, Mr. Chairperson, but perhaps we could find some language that would allow for not having to, if my Russian Federation colleague would agree, not having to then reserve one country from this. We could actually find some language that suits us all, that suggests that no decision has been made, but we note that one country has come forward with a candidature. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I would like to thank the delegation of the United Kingdom for making this proposal, because yes, we are taking note of Cyprus's kind invitation, and I think that indeed we could find a wording that would reflect that this isn't yet a final decision, but this is a proposal which will be further discussed, and then a final decision will be taken by the members. Thank you, and thank you to the United Kingdom for this proposal. Thank you, Russian Federation. Any other requests for the floor? I then give the floor to the Secretariat, to the Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Excellency. In such cases, if the membership allows, then the conference could take note of the invitation from Cyprus to host the 36th session of the Regional Conference for Europe, and to request the Director General to follow up on this invitation in due course in accordance with rule number 2 of the Rules of Procedure of the Regional Conference for Europe. If this is agreeable.
Thank you, Mr. Nabil. Delegates, heads of delegations, now we turn to the next part, the next item on the agenda, which is the adoption of the report.
Yes.
No, in fact, we're moving to item 25, which we had no statements coming under item 25. Are there any requests?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to clarify. Yesterday we had a proposal on item 27, any other business. I'd like to clarify. Are we going to consider this point, or are we moving directly to the adoption of the report? I do apologize.
Thank you. The Secretary.
Distinguished delegates, apologies for the confusion. Indeed, there has been a proposal from the Russian Federation, which has been circulated and has been updated on the CVent conference website, and if it should be available to everyone in all languages. Maybe the Russian Federation would like to read them, just in case, for the benefit of those who have not read them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nabil. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. Just to clarify what the Secretary just said, I understand he asked the Russian Federation to read out. What exactly does that mean? Because I don't think we've had a proposal for an exact item. What we've had circulated is some text that the Russian Federation would then read out for that item. But my understanding under the rules of procedure would be that the conference would have to decide with general consent that we should have another item. I think our personal view as the UK would be that perhaps we're running out of time, and AOB is not the place to raise significant substantive issues. But I would like to clarify what exactly the Secretary meant by having the Russian Federation read out something. Is that reading out the title of a proposed sub-item, or is it something different? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for the United Kingdom. It has been customary that the agenda item called any other business, under that agenda item, any member wishing to make a statement or raise any issue may do so without inhibition or without having to declare beforehand. Naturally, as in any other business, it is not a matter of substantive issue or a matter that requires the Secretariat to prepare a background document as it is under any other business, as the wording says, and has been customary, and other member states in different previous conferences sessions have raised issues for which they have not declared to everyone about them beforehand. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Chair. We didn't hide our intention to discuss this issue and to propose to the Regional Conference for its consideration this question on the declaration of international days and years. On the first day, we mentioned it. At the opening of the conference, during the approval of the agenda, we discussed this, and we received clarification from the Secretariat that this question could be raised under any other business. Therefore, we've waited for the discussion of item 27. Yesterday, we sent in a text, and that text explained the essence of our proposal. Now, I would like to make use of the agreement of the Chair and the Secretariat and briefly read out what actually motivated us to raise this issue, and from our discussions what result we, the Russian Federation, expect. If you don't have any objections, then I'm ready to read out what I have.
Пожалуйста.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, at the 31st session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe in Voronezh, Russia, in 2018, the Estonian delegation proposed declaring 2025 the International Year of Rye. In explaining its proposal, the delegation argued that rye is a resilient crop requiring fewer resources than other cereals, making it important for sustainable agriculture. It was also noted that 2019 marked the 150th anniversary of the start of breeding work in Estonia on the renowned rye variety Sangest. Perhaps I pronounced that incorrectly. I beg your apologies. This is one of the oldest winter rye varieties in the world. Tallinn's initiative was supported at the regional conference, and at the 41st session of the FAO conference in 2019, a corresponding draft resolution was approved by consensus. You can find that document as that's document C 2019/LIM/9. In 2024, considering that we were moving towards 2025, the Russian Federation repeatedly inquired at meetings of the European Regional Group in Rome and via the FAO Secretariat about the status of the draft resolution. No clear response was received. Ultimately, Estonia failed to fulfill its obligations and submit the corresponding draft resolution to the UN General Assembly. Thus, the deadline for declaring 2025 the International Year of Rye expired. We don't want to delve into the reasons why Estonia declined to submit the draft resolution to the General Assembly. However, we do wish to draw attention to the fact that member countries' failures to implement their own decisions adopted by the Regional Conference and the FAO Conference, which is the organization's principal governing body, undermines confidence in such initiatives in the future. In this regard, we expect that our conference possibly would support the inclusion in the report of the following sentences, the following recommendation. Firstly, the conference calls on member states to carefully consider initiatives to declare international days and years, avoiding their presentation solely in connection with anniversaries of national significance, and to inform countries of the ECA region in advance of any changes that could impede further steps to implement the initiatives supported by the Regional Conference for Europe. Secondly, the conference requests FAO to strengthen its monitoring of the implementation of decisions of FAO conferences sessions in relation to proposals to declare international days and years, and to promptly inform of any changes that may impede their implementation. I'll just add, if measures had been taken in timely fashion, then perhaps another country from among the members of the European Union, or countries that are not members of the EU, might have taken on it themselves the obligation and have introduced a corresponding draft resolution on the declaration of 2025, an International Year of Rye, in the General Assembly. However, a lack of communication and a lack of feedback from the Estonian delegation and the Secretariat didn't allow this to happen. Thus, an important agricultural initiative was not carried out, and it only exists on paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. And I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Russian Federation for their statement. My understanding is that the Secretary had said that this shouldn't be something of real substance and significance. And I think without the country who has been mentioned a number of times in that statement, Estonia, in the room, and without the benefits of background documentation for such an important item, not least given the globality of the issue, but also the relationship to New York. We understand that there are conversations in the General Assembly about international days, years and decades at the moment that go far beyond the mandates and the remit of this regional conference, including a moratorium. We don't feel, Chairperson, that it would be appropriate to have any conclusions on this item. We note the Russian Federation statement, but we don't feel it would be appropriate to have any conclusions. We certainly haven't had the benefit of being able to think about this and come back on it, and therefore give the conference a view from the United Kingdom. Had this been added as a substantive item at the adoption of the agenda or further into the week, this could have possibly happened. And this, Chairperson, would have been in line with point 4 of Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the European Regional Conference, which is clear about general consent for adding substantive and significant items. And I think that is somewhat in contradiction to how the Secretariat presented this. But my point really is, Chairperson, if you indulge me, that we should not have conclusions on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I understand the situation that we are now in. For that reason, yesterday, and this is reflected in the video recording and the record of the meeting, my delegation proposed reading out the essence of our issue and the essence of our initiative. It was offered to us that we should send in the document in writing to inform the members. That was done in the course of 40 minutes after the meeting ended yesterday. There's no representative from Estonia in this hall. And from our point of view, that is no impediment to discussing this issue, nor to considering the possibility of concluding these conclusions in the report. If you look at the wording that we have proposed, we don't name a country, and we don't name a specific decision or a specific international year. Our proposal of the report contains a general message addressed to all of the members. It isn't confrontational, but on the other hand, we really are talking about the fact that obligations were not fulfilled. However, the starting point for considering this issue in the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly, is a resolution of the FAO Conference, which adopted its resolution with the input from the Regional Conference for Europe. In other words, we did it. Therefore, there is a direct connection here. And once again, I stress, in our proposals, the sentences we sent in, we don't mention Estonia. Our encouragement is to all of the members, including my own country, and we don't include any confrontational language. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I give the floor to Poland.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. We would like to support UK as this is a significant and substantive issue which needs careful consideration and preparation. Therefore, we cannot support this request from Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. I give the floor to Liechtenstein.
Online. Пожалуйста.
Speaking online.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I believe maybe if you clarify if you gave the floor to Luxembourg or Liechtenstein.
Пожалуйста, слово предоставляет Люксембург.
It is Luxembourg. Luxembourg has the floor.
Thank you so much. Regarding the discussion we are just having, I would like to second the UK's argumentation on the matter. I believe there will be another time and place for discussing a substantive subject like this. Thank you very much.
Спасибо.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As we've just heard from Luxembourg and also from Poland, and supporting the position expressed by the United Kingdom, I do not know why the International Year of Rye didn't take place. there's surely reasons for this, and it would be interesting indeed to know them. We could look into that. But as we're coming to the conclusion of our work without instructions from the capitals, and I think that the Russian Federation has already recalled that it can't act without instructions from the capital. Well, we can't start dealing with this the way we manage international years. It's a big discussion, so we could take note of of what has been said, but it can't be a decision of the conference here and now. Thank you.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, France. And I give the floor to Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I could give some context. Ireland, along with India, navigated very carefully an International Day of Milk through COAG, through Council and through Conference, and it has now been held up in New York. There are, as my dear colleague from the United Kingdom has said, there are issues around the whole context of reform that are now impeding the swift conclusion of resolutions that have come from conference through in New York. So perhaps we should be looking to discuss this more substantively in another fora. But just to say, it's more than just disinterest or not, a country not pursuing it. We've pursued it to right to the conclusion, and now we're facing a roadblock in New York. Thank you, Chair.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Ireland. I give the floor to Spain.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking to endorse the words that were said by the United Kingdom and the other colleagues who have spoken against introducing conclusions to our report on this Russian proposal. We think that this isn't the place for it, and we think that we don't have all the information we need to properly think about it. Thank you.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Spain. And I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you so much, Chair, and apologies for coming back in, but I think Ireland has raised a really important point here, and I just want to underline something that I think there's a danger of seeing when the United Kingdom comes in on something that the Russian Federation has said, to see this as agonistic. This is not agonistic. The UK ourselves, we have strong views, and I know this, my colleagues in New York have strong views on international days, years and decades, but as France have said, without the proper instructions, I don't feel as if I can properly discuss this item right now. If the Russian Federation wishes to talk to a group of us about bringing this into other FAO fora, then we would welcome that, but we just don't think that this is the right time and place right now, and we don't feel that the rules of procedure have been followed to allow that to happen. And so we reiterate our comment that we don't think that we should adopt conclusions on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, United Kingdom. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honestly, I'm very puzzled to hear these things being said now. Firstly, as I already said, the decision of the Regional Conference for Europe was adopted in 2018. And the corresponding resolution of the FAO Conference was adopted in 2019. The International Year of Rye was proposed for 2025. In other words, from 2019, from the moment of the adoption of the resolution of the conference, to 2024, which was the last chance to declare the International Year of Rye, more than 4 years passed. Over these 4 years, neither the initiator of the proposal themselves, Estonia, nor anyone else from among the other countries of the European Union, and not only the European Union, no one drew any attention to the fact that the conference decision, the FAO conference decision, was not being fulfilled. We have made an attempt to draw attention to this. That was in 2024. In other words, to move in at the last possible moment and try to ensure that this International Year of Rye was declared. That wasn't successful. Now, since the opening of this conference, when for the first time we said that we wanted to discuss this issue, we've already had 3 days go past. And once again, now, a certain group of countries say that they haven't had enough time. The delegation of the United Kingdom said now, if the Russian Federation wants to, then we're ready to work in a small group. But why do we need a small group? Now all of the members of the conference are here. All of the countries are here for the regional conference. Why should we break up into some kind of small group for a tete-a-tete? I don't have anything to hide. Therefore, I'm not trying to attack Estonia. What I'm doing is laying out the facts for you. And I ask to react in the proper way without mentioning Estonia to but what I'm seeing now is that certain countries from the European Union are lining up in order to work with Estonia. But if the Russian Federation didn't fulfill its obligations, would you also be doing the same thing? Well, I'd be doubtful about that. I'm now once again seeing double standards. What's interesting and important for the countries of Western Europe, please give it a green light. But what's important on the whole for everyone, for Western Europe, for Russia, for Central Asia, that can wait. Therefore, as an indication of the great flexibility on my side, I propose the following. If you're not ready to support those 2 paragraphs that I read out, then I propose that we have the following for item 27. The regional conference took note of the Russian Federation's information provided about the course of the implementation of the decision from the 31st session of the Regional Conference for Europe on the declaration of an International Year of Rye, and the corresponding resolution of the 41st session of the FAO Conference. And decided to continue the discussion on the implementation of initiatives on the declaration of international years and international days, and defer it to the next session of the regional conference. And then there will be a footnote, and in this footnote we will have an indication of the document that we, at the request of the United Kingdom and other member states, sent to the Secretariat yesterday. That will be laid out like an information note, which was presented by the Russian Federation and placed in the list of additional documents for the session. If that suits everyone, then we're ready to do that. We're ready to send the text to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I give the floor to the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and maybe allow me to try to wrap up this item with few bits of information, including a decision by the conference, where the conference requested the conference of FAO requested the Director General to present resolution to the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations and the President of the UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, for informational purposes, and encourages FAO member nations to take the requisite steps to ensure the consideration of the resolution to observe at any forthcoming session. In addition to that, please note that the UNG is not currently considering proposals 4 international years. So insofar as the FAO is being addressed in this recommendation or this suggestion from the Russian Federation, I think it's already been noted that the FAO's basically role is not to monitor or follow up, but basically it just sort of notes what a member state brings to the UNGA. Finally, to respond to some comments from member nations with regards to the rules of procedure, I'm sorry that the Secretariat maybe failed to circulate this to you earlier, but if you go back maybe 3 conferences before, you'll find that any other business has actually included a request from some countries to declare an international year, and that request was not made in any way prior to the corresponding member state raising that. So I'm afraid actually, or I'm glad that the rules of procedure have not been broken by the Secretariat this time round, as they have not in the last time. And I hope that basically closes the subject. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sorry about this back and forth. I think I tried to hand over something of an olive branch, but it doesn't seem that that has been taken. My proposal was not to have a small group here and now. My proposal is to go away, go back to Rome, have discussions as we do in the corridors of FAO, and then see where we can better land this as a conversation and not bring it up right now. I think the ask on Monday was to see the item of a proposed sub-item under AOB so that we as members could decide whether there was general consent to then have that item, not to make statements now. I think we've already indulged quite a lot on that front. Rather, it would be a request to see if there was general consent to have an item in the first place. If we had had that on Monday, then perhaps we could have moved forward and we could have had a discussion in the margins, and then we could have got our instructions from Capital. That has not happened. I believe, not to contradict the Secretary, but when substantive items have come in under AOB, that has been because there has been general consent for that after the tabling of a title. I do not see that general consent here, and I definitely do not see general consent for any conclusions under this item. So whilst I welcome the Secretary trying to find a solution here, I think the easiest solution is not to have any conclusions at all. That's what we've heard from the majority of the room, and then we can move forward with the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, United Kingdom, and I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and we also repeatedly attempted to hold out an olive branch of peace. Now, we did this back in Rome when we were discussing the provisional agenda. We proposed discussing the consequences of all conflict, the impact of all conflicts on food security, but you did not take this olive branch we held out, and you reworded item 14, giving the wording that you wanted to use. Now, after this, we held out yet another olive branch of peace on item 17, and we proposed on day 1 to discuss item 14 and item 17, but you rejected this olive branch too. And now you are trying to present the situation in such a way as if at the very last moment I announced that I want to look at this issue before us. Now I want to bring up the video recording and the minutes here. I immediately said when we adopted the provisional agenda, I said that I wanted to raise this issue of the international days and years, and after this we heard no comments from your country, no objection, no additional questions, no counteraction. What's more, if we go back to the video recording and the minutes of yesterday's session, the delegation of the United Kingdom on mic said that you in principle are not against discussing this item, but you would like to see on paper what exactly the Russian Federation is talking about here. And so, distinguished representative of the United Kingdom, all of this is documented, and I would propose, I'm holding out an olive branch of peace. with this proposal that we note that the conference takes note of the information that the Russian Federation provided regarding the holding of the International Year of Rye, with a footnote, with a reference to the decision of the Regional Conference for Europe in Voronezh and the FAO Conference decision, and to have a footnote which would indicate that this information is contained in the document, and this document will be posted on the Regional Conference website. Now, I think that this is a good proposal that would allow all to maintain their positions and does not accuse anybody of anything. So when you hold out an olive branch, the expectation is that not only I am going to take it, but also you will too. Thank you.
Благодарю вас, Российская Федерация.
Thank you, Russian Federation.
Уважаемые делегаты, члены.
Distinguished delegates, I propose that we close this item and that we turn to the next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda. You agree? Thank you.
Литва. Слово предоставляется.
I give the floor to Lithuania.
Thank you, dear Chairperson. We would like to move on currently to the next item. On behalf of Lithuania, I apologize that you have to go through this difficult process. We would all like to finish as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we're held back by Russia's questions. Anyways, we would like to go back to it at a later time. Thank you.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Lithuania. That is what I proposed, is that we now turn to the next item on the agenda. I give the floor to France.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I absolutely support what Lithuania has just said, and I repeat what's been said by all of the countries apart from one. Our attention has been drawn to the fact that one international year that was decided on didn't take place. Our attention was drawn to that. There's no decision to take. I think that we have exhausted the subject and that now we can move on to the next item. Thank you.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you, France. Yes, we will then close this item. I must object, distinguished Mr. Chairperson. With all due respect to you as the chair and as the host country too, in this particular case, our delegation cannot agree. And so I would ask the legal counsel to now set out the procedure for this case, and when I present the text under this item on the agenda, this is the proposal which I'm going to send in now. If there's no consensus on this, then the legal counsel will help us to work out what we should be doing in this situation. And for my delegation, this is a matter of principle. And I will, I'm not acting in personal capacity, I'm acting in accordance with the instructions from Moscow. So please understand me correctly. This decision does not depend on me personally at this moment, here and now. Thank you, thank you. I give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you, Chair, for your patience and for giving me the floor. I would initially support your suggestion that we move on to the next agenda item, because this issue has been explained, elaborately explained several times, and I don't think we're going to get much further at this point. There's also a procedural matter about whether we should try. Now, I would add additionally to this, just as an observation, that for those who read the report after this regional conference is over, they might wonder at this issue having a particular mention in the report. The thinking that many would have is, hang on, aren't there just a whole lot of implementation items relating to FAO conferences, FAO councils, that merit a lot of attention for follow-up, where follow-up has perhaps been slow or inadequate or absent? And here is particular mention of something that seems to be extremely important. Well, perhaps it is. It depends on one's motives and where it is one is actually pointing one's finger. I suggest, sir, that we move on to the next agenda item and not confuse those who read the report after this is over.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you. I give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. But I do think that Poland asks for the floor before us. So with your indulgence, sir, I pass the floor to Poland, and then, if you allow me, I will return. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you. I give the floor to Poland.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to say, and we requested the floor quite a while ago, we wanted to say on behalf of the EU and 20 member states that we don't see the purpose of broadening the discussion, and we should just say that the conference took note of the comments made by the Russian Federation and move on to another subject. Thank you so much.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you. Now, Portugal, do you still want the floor? Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us the floor. Well, let me return to, as others do, 3 days ago. And at that time, we asked the Secretariat for guidance about how to deal with AOBs. We listened at that time carefully and respectfully, but we were not convinced. Anyway, what I concluded 3 days ago, and probably I'm wrong, I'm with my difficulties with the language, the official language of the United Nations, who are not my mother tongue. I'm sorry for that. Maybe I was lost in translation. But what I recall from what I heard from the Secretariat is that there are no conclusions from AOBs. And with due respect and in the substance, rye is also a very important crop in my country because we have poor soils, and rye is particularly well adapted to our poor conditions and very important historically for our food security. That is not what is in question, but I think that here we are not in position to have conclusions. So agreeing with all the others say about it's time to move forward, and agree with you, Mr. Chair, with the importance to move forward, I would propose to take the first part of what our distinguished colleague from Russian Federation said, which is the conference took note of the question of the International Day of Rice and skip the second part of the proposal by the Russian Federation and move on. Thank you very much, and over to you. But again, sorry for returning. I would like to hear from the Secretariat if we can or we cannot have conclusions from an AOB point. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and over to you.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you. Thank you, Portugal. The Russian Federation, do you still want the floor? Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now, I think we're reaching the critical point when consensus is possible. And I would like to thank my colleague from Portugal for this proposal. And as a show of great flexibility, I can agree to with regard to my initial proposal, to take the first part, and then. But what remains very important for me is that at the end of the first proposal is that there still be the footnote linking to the document, which would contain the information about what exactly the Russian Federation's position consisted of. Where you put it, distinguished Secretariat, in a written recommendation or as part of an information document, this I leave this up to your experience. But the footnote should be there. If the colleagues yesterday, if you had listened to this information, I would have, if you'd let me read it out, I wouldn't have sent it in writing, and it would have been much easier now to talk with my capital. But as you demanded that this be done in written form, and I did do so, I sent it to the Secretariat. Well, now explaining to my capital why this isn't in the document, why it got lost, wasn't presented in time, or why you only found out at the last minute. It's practically impossible for me to do that now. You are diplomats yourselves, and you know how difficult it can be to find a compromise. Now, our colleague from Portugal has very clearly set this out for us, and I very sincerely thank you. So I think this gives us a positive note to work on here, and we can find consensus. Thank you. Thank you, Russian Federation. And I would propose now giving the floor to the United Kingdom, and then on the basis of what the proposal from Portugal, the Secretary will speak. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's the nature of what we do, explaining to our capitals why we weren't able to achieve certain things. We all do it all the time. It's how we do our job. Chair, I believe Portugal made a request of the Secretariat, and so I would like to hear that answer. I don't want to drag this out, but procedurally, we propose an item, not the text of that item, in line with point 4 of Rule 4. I don't think that has been followed. Therefore, if we don't have general consent for an item in the first place, then there shouldn't be conclusions to that item. And I note that previously complaints have been made about members not circulating or consulting on conclusions beforehand, and yet presenting them. And that is what has happened here. There is a significant point here about a substantive issue where we haven't had time to consult. a member has said that they will have to explain to their capital, I will have to explain the whole issue to my capital because my capital is hearing about this for the very, very first time. I suggest, Chair, I would like to hear the response from the Secretariat, but as you, I think, have graciously said, and it feels like we might have a consensus, that we move to noting the Russian Federation's intervention on the issue and then leave it there. We would not move to have a footnote and extra documentation. That takes this into the territory of being a significant and substantive item on which we have not had time to have a proper discussion, not least if we then annex certain things or add certain documents into the documentation series. That does not seem to follow rules of procedure. So I think, Chair, if you indulge me to suggest, there is a way forward here, a path forward that I think is in line with what you were saying already, which is the proposal to note the intervention, but stop, full stop, no footnote. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Now I give the floor to the Secretary. Mr. Secretary, you have the floor.
Chairperson, and thank you to Poland actually for wrapping this up. Obviously, the same issue was not of substance, and hence before in previous conferences, and hence the conference in its wisdom was able to take a resolution or recommend. Obviously, from the beginning, it was obvious that that same subject today is of substance, which obviously issues of substance might require preparations and so forth, and accordingly it would not be a subject of a resolution, obviously. So taking note of the submission by the Russian Federation would be actually the appropriate approach at this stage. And that's it with regards to any other business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Well, perhaps something got lost in translation, but with all due respect, now I don't understand what's going to happen. What's the outcome?
Mr. Secretary.
Russian Federation, the submission or statement that you have put is going to be stated in the report, that a member stated so and so, and it will be put there. That's it.
In other words, basically, in the basic text of the report, under item 27, the following will be written. The conference takes note of the statement of the Russian Federation regarding the declaration of international days and years, full stop. Do I understand correctly, and without the footnote?
Mr. Secretary.
I did not hear actually from the conference that they wish to note that, basically. So all what it will say is that a statement was made by the Russian Federation and the exact wording of the Russian Federation statement will be put. And that's it. Thank you.
Do I understand correctly that instead of information, the word statement will be used? Do you understand, in order to save time, please understand me correctly, I understand that the Secretary is in a difficult situation, but in order to close this agenda item, I need to know the clear wording, which I will then send to Moscow right now. So let's make every final effort so that we can move on to the next agenda item. I propose a number of different forms of wording. There was a proposal of some kind from Portugal, for which I'm very grateful. The UK made their comments. So let's come up with some wording, and then it will be clear to everybody what this sentence will look like, where it will be in the report, will there be a footnote or not, so that then I can send it to Moscow and it would allow us to move on. I do apologize, of course.
Thank you, Russian Federation.
If the conference agrees on taking note of the Russian Federation statement, we can put it as such. United Kingdom.
Спасибо. Пожалуйста, Соединенное Королевство.
Thank you, United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, for your supreme patience on this issue. I believe that the consensus we were coming around, not least based on the explanation by the Secretary around the issue of not making this a substantive item, and therefore not having substantive and significant text in the conclusions, would be a statement was made by the Russian Federation on the issue of international days and years, full stop, and then there is no addition of additional text, there is no footnoting of the statement, it is just that a statement was made. That would seem to be in line with not the procedure, I have to say, but with the Secretary's explanation of how we move forward on this issue. We don't want the text of that statement to be included, that much has been heard around the room, but we are happy to come to an agreement, which we don't think we should have to do, I should add, so this is a real compromise from the United Kingdom, which would be a statement was made by the Russian Federation on the issue of international days and years. Thank you.
Federation.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, United Kingdom.
Благодарю вас. Российская Федерация.
Russian Federation, do you agree with this proposal?
I agree with the proposal from the Secretariat that we take note of the statement by the Russian Federation on the declaration of international days and years, full stop, without a footnote. I've done as much as I can, I've made as many concessions as I can from my side. That's as far as I can go. If the United Kingdom cannot cope with that version, then let's have a consultation, please, on the legal counsel on the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates, heads of delegations. We will then consult with the legal counsel and we will have a break for 5 minutes while we do so. Thank you.
Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, уважаемые делегаты, главы делегации, занимайте свое место. Пожалуйста.
Distinguished delegates, please take your seats.
Уважаемые делегаты,
Distinguished delegates, heads of delegation, please take your seats. Enter the room, please, and take your seats. Distinguished delegates, I give the floor to the Secretary, to Mr. Nabil.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, delegates, for your patience. The proposed text to go in the report under this agenda item of any other business is the conference took note of the statement made by the Russian Federation on declaration of international days and years. Full stop. Thank you.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. That closes that item on the agenda, and I give the floor now to the Vice Chair, Harry Crowley, for the report. Thank you.
Can we ask also Their Excellencies, the rapporteurs, to come on the podium? Thank you. Dear colleagues, could you please assume your seats? We're ready to start. Dear colleagues, although not everybody is in their seats, the show must go on, so we're going to start right away. And now for the last part of the agenda, which is the adoption of the report. We've received the report in all 4 languages by email, and printed copies are available also here for the participants. So I'd now like to give the floor to the rapporteurs to introduce the report and to moderate this session. Rapporteurs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Excellencies, colleagues. It's an honor for me to present basically the changes that were made, and I thank the Secretariat for the very diligent work, also on short notice. We had this morning several amendments that some of you are already aware of, and I will therefore present chapter by chapter. And we start with the chapter 1, obviously introductory items. Can we have that on the screen? So maybe I can draw your attention to first what has been changed under para 10, because it is related to the beginning. Following the standard practice also on previous conferences, we are not going into the content of what has been said, and so the statement by the Director General remains, as you can see in para 9. Instead, what the Director General did was, of course, thanking the host country of Tajikistan and for the hosting of this conference, and we will put that up front at the beginning, thanking the government of Tajikistan for the hosting of the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe, held in Dushanbe, Tajikistan. Then let me move on to letter B, the inauguration ceremony, and here the changes made where it's not substantive changes, it was just missing the disassociation on the election of the rapporteurs. Now moving on to the next changes made, we covered already the deletion of the para 9, and we are now coming to number 19, E, where we had in the team of the rapporteurs a comprehensive discussion on how best to capture the vulnerable groups. Obviously, there is a definition, a recent definition by is it already here?
Yeah, it is already here. I can provide additional clarifications. We chose the language that is in front of you, in order to have the most comprehensive definition of those who are vulnerable and provide the possibility for countries to interpret it within the national context. And we were basing ourselves, when putting in this definition, on the recent CFS voluntary guidelines for urban and peri-urban food systems, which were adopted in November 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now moving on, here you have under D, it's basically the same idea to list the vulnerable groups as contained in the CFS definition. Then we have under number, excuse me, can you just show the number because I don't have the other screen. Yeah, it's 21I, and the wording now is finalize the planning for a global multi-stakeholder bioeconomy partnership. Going into the chapter on resilience, we have again the small changes on vulnerable groups, those who are vulnerable.
I can provide clarification on the changes to 28G. Previously, there was a word in quotes, bankability, and as long as this is some kind of like a specific professional language, we deemed it necessary to open it up and provide a clearer definition. And so instead of bankability, there will be improved access to financial services. Thank you.
Then under the linkages to the UN80 process, the two words "as appropriate" were entered to capture those elements that are relevant for the context of FAO. Again, 38E, again, the small change on vulnerability, vulnerable groups. And then we have under the regional priorities, paragraph 41, letter D, and letter D bis, to reaffirm the importance of the normative work done by the organization and stress the necessity of funding this out of the regular program funding. Then in the next letter E, welcomed the very active and ongoing FAO reform process led by the two working groups and concluded in full alignment with the objectives of the UN 80 reform as appropriate and aimed at enhancing institutional effectiveness and governance, strengthening results delivery and building trust. The reform process takes place acknowledging the challenging context and so on and so forth. And finally, we have in a EBIS requested to further strengthen the application of the results-based management approach in the formulation, implementation and monitoring of FAO programs. Then under letter G, noted the multiple world conflicts and highlighted the urgent need for resilient and sustainable agri-food systems, reaffirming FAO's pivotal role in safeguarding food security in the region. Then under 43, you have again the little addition on the vulnerable groups. But where? Can we go back to 43? There should be one last bracketed part. 43E. Yes, this last bracket, we also found a compromise, and it will read, including the ongoing consequences of the war in Ukraine, climate-related hazards and economic pressures. Thank you very much. We can move on to sorry, we basically keep the comma under after Ukraine, and then it will read climate-related hazards and economic pressures. That's it. Then we can move on to is this? Do we have a technical or a substantive? Because we don't see the screen anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I think it's a technical hitch.
Okay.
Just actually, I'm sorry, quickly, the report has been circulated to all who have registered in the conference, whether online or in presence. So they should have been receiving that by email. In case anyone online has not received it, please flag it in order for it to be resent. Thank you. Apologies for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So we can move on.
The Russian Federation, Mr. Rapporteur.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, could I ask on the screen for you to show us once again, so we can understand it better, paragraph 40, subparagraph H, and we could have it slightly larger as well, please.
Хорошо. И
Thank you. Thank you very much. And once again also, a moment please. Paragraph 43, point E.
спасибо.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Russian Federation. Then we can move on to the next chapter. Fernando? That's it, yeah? Okay, so these were the changes made until the very last minute. So with that, we are done, the team of the rapporteurs, and I hand back the floor to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the rapporteurs. Before we progress, I give the floor to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and may I say thank you to the rapporteurs for all of their incredibly hard work. We're incredibly grateful. We recognise this process is not easy, and you had something of a long night last night, so thank you so much. Equally to the Secretariat, if I don't make any kind of closing statement, then let me put it on record that we're really grateful for all of the work. Those on the podium, of course, but actually all of those behind the scenes, more importantly, doing all of the work in conjunction with our gracious and incredibly hospitable hosts, the Republic of Tajikistan. Thank you. Chair, I'm sure others would agree that it would probably be worth us seeing the additional text that we haven't seen in the draft that was circulated beyond point F. So that's a first point. And then secondly, Chair, I also have a couple of additions that I would like to make that I hope will not be controversial at all, but I think would help reflect the discussion in the room on certain issues, especially around the regional priorities issue. So I'm in your hands, Chair, on how to introduce those, but I think the point first may be around seeing the additional bits, not least because whilst I think we came to a compromise, there was some controversy over some of the language there, so it would be good to see it on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you to the United Kingdom. What I might do is we just might go around and get initial things and then come back to you for your substantive comments. Je donne la parole à la Suisse.
Give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak in English for once. I would like to echo my colleagues' thanks to the rapporteurs, to the Secretariat, and all those that have worked so hard to get this conference the ground and managed very successfully. I had a similar question to a UK colleague, particularly for item 18. I think it's an essential item that will guide the future of what FAO will do in the region, and we would have some suggestions that I also believe will be uncontroversial and that were mentioned by several members during the debate. And so I would like to hear from you how best we could bring that on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. We will set it to United Kingdom. We'll just do a quick run around first, and then we can come back into substantive issues. Give
the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would also like to thank the organizers of the conference, the government of Tajikistan, the Ministry of Agriculture of Tajikistan, and also the rapporteurs. Thank all who took part in the intensive talks. And on one point on the text, which I'd like to see clarified, given that we have deleted point 10 from the report, but we did hear that in the text it would be reflected, the thanks would be reflected to the government of Tajikistan for the organization of this session. I would just like to clarify, will this be a sentence then, and under which point will it then be placed if we are deleting point 10? So where will the thanks to the government of Tajikistan be reflected in the report? Thank you.
I'll give the floor to the rapporteur.
Okay, just to clarify, we suggest that the thanks to the government of Tajikistan for hosting the conference should go up front under introductory items, letter A, the organization of the regional conference, when it is said that the conference is held, number 1, and then number 2 should say, thank the government of Tajikistan for hosting the 35th session of the conference, and express the gratitude for the hospitality of the people of Tajikistan. Full stop.
The Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, rapporteurs. We have a situation at the moment which is that the changes that were made were not seen by our participants online. So could you please, for the sake of our online participants, repeat what has been changed? And I think that might sort of be responding to the intervention from the State of Israel.
We basically deleted the para 10 and took the elements of the thanks out of it, and the new thank you elements will go right at the top under introductory items, organization of the regional conference. You have the first para 1, and then as a new para 2, we would then add, thank the government of Tajikistan for hosting the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference. As I have just read, until expressed gratitude for the hospitality of the people of Tajikistan. And then it would go on with a new number 3. The conference was attended by 238 participants and so forth.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I now give the floor to Israel, who are online. Israel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the rapporteur. My question, because indeed I couldn't see, I saw the changes on the screen for the first time. So I think that I'm relating to I think we're talking about F, regional strategic foresight and future analysis. Paragraph C, acknowledge the geopolitical tensions and conflicts. Could you show it again with the changes on the screen? Just have a question about this. Maybe I'll clarify it a bit more. There was addition of world conflict, the word world. Maybe it wasn't in this exactly paragraph. Yes. So can I know who requested this addition specifically? Maybe I've missed it.
Give the floor to the rapporteur to respond.
Thank you. So we captured all the statements by participants, and then in our deliberations we found this as a compromise of everything that has been said.
Thank you, rapporteur, and thank you, Israel. I give the floor now to Ukraine. Ukraine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, FAO team and rapporteurs for your hard work. So our comment relates to the agenda, to the item 40G of the draft report, and we would like to revert to the previously proposed wording. Namely to refer the war in Ukraine as was shown on the screen.
Ja daję słowo Rosyjskiej Federacji.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Chair. Paragraph G. There was a question on that from the distinguished delegate of Israel and from the distinguished delegate of Ukraine. In my view, it's a very balanced paragraph, and it reflects the discussion that took place. I understand that each of us have our own concerns, I can't say that the text that I can see would satisfy the statements that my delegation made, but nonetheless I'd like to draw attention to the fact that what I see on the screen now is a balance, it's a compromise that's possible in this room. Therefore, I wholeheartedly understand the positions, but we can begin a discussion that would last more than an hour, and we wouldn't know how it might end. Or we can continue our work. I'm ready for any scenario, but I propose to delegations that once again we look carefully at the results of the work of our distinguished rapporteurs, and nonetheless that we be realistic about what we're doing here. Thank you. I thank the Russian Federation.
The United Kingdom, you wish to take the floor again?
Thank you, Chair. I do. I'm in your hands in terms of this particular issue because I'm not going to touch upon this issue, at least for now. It was to raise a number of other issues, and so I'm happy to list those. I am mindful of the time, and I want to be pragmatic about this, Chair, but I welcome your view on how I should go about this.
Israel, online. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be very clear and also in the spirit of not wasting time, my question was a little bit more technical. As you can understand, following this from online makes it a bit difficult to understand what is happening in every single moment. So my question was specifically regarding the addition of those words. They were done, as I understand from the repertoire, in some kind of an agreement during a specific time that we were just not there. That was my question. Just to understand how we came about this paragraph that I'm not going to go against, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you, Israel. I'm just going to hand the floor back to the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The rapporteurs spent some time actually going through, I'm sorry, there is some feedback. The rapporteurs spent some time going through the verbatim of the meetings and capturing the gist of the discussions that took place, and basically came up with the changes that they are showing on the screen today. So it was not an official meeting, but actually the rapporteurs, in their wisdom, trying to capture all the discussions that took place in the session through revising the verbatims. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I just respond to the United Kingdom. If you have a few items that are non-contentious, we might rattle through those first, get them off the chart, and then we can go back to more challenging issues if necessary, and we can respond then to our dear colleague from Ukraine as well. United Kingdom, you may go. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. My first point would be perhaps I'm misreading, but if we could just double check the maths of the roll call vote for the adoption of the agenda. I quickly scanned, and so I may be wrong, but I wasn't sure if the maths added up. Votes cast 34, I think it's votes cast 38. Anyway, if that could be checked and amended, that would be great, thank you. Secondly, in 38F, at least as was 38, apologies, the numbering may now be different, possibly 37F. There's a reference to food sovereignty. If we could add after food sovereignty, where appropriate, according to national context and priorities. Hopefully that shouldn't be controversial as a standard caveat used in FAO and the CFS. Sorry, that's 37F. or 38F. Yes. So if you would be able to add where appropriate, comma, according to national context and priorities, comma. And to be a pedant, where appropriate, comma, according to. Thank you. And Chair, I'm happy to stop and then allow you to see if the room agrees or carry on with my list. In your hands.
Yeah, I think that's, if we can just, get them off the list, I think it's, and then we can focus on what we need to focus on. Are there any objections to the proposals from the United Kingdom for the added language?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Secretary.
The votes cast are 34, not 38. The votes cast are the yes and the noes. According to the rules, abstentions do not count. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. That satisfies that one, Sandy. So for the other insertion around food sovereignty, have any objections to that inclusion of that language? I see no objection. Oh, Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to the delegation of the United Kingdom for the proposal. Could you please clarify what is the concern exactly with this proposal? What's the sense of the substance of this addition? Could you please clarify this for us?
United Kingdom.
Thank you so much to the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. Before I respond to that, thank you to the Secretary for correcting me. As I suggested, I had assumed it was my ignorance, and it was. To the comment from the Russian Federation, it's to say that not all countries have ascribed to the idea of food sovereignty, including in national legislation, and that would include the UK. So to make it contextually specific for countries to decide whether it applies to them or not, then we would request this caveat. I think similar to what the rapporteur from Russia described for another issue previously. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So I take after that just clarification with the United Kingdom and Russian Federation, we can take that as agreed. Thank you, guys. So United Kingdom, you've got a couple more you want to rattle through quickly.
Thank you so much, Chair. My next was clarification, and perhaps the Secretariat might be able to help us out on this one. I noted that in the original 29B, so that may now be 28B. Perhaps not. Yes, it refers to, in particular, by using the hand-in-hand initiative and its situation room. Again, this is perhaps my ignorance, but I wasn't aware that there was a situation room of the hand-in-hand initiative. I believe the situation room is of the financing for shock-driven food crisis facility that was developed under the G7 and has now been taken on by FAO subsequent to capitalization. I believe what we're referring to here is the Liberia room in FAO, and so perhaps it's by using the hand-in-hand initiative, the situation room, and the FAO Risk Monitor platform, but I stand to be corrected on that front if the Secretariat have something else to add. Thank you.
I give the floor to the rapporteur.
Yes, thank you. Actually, this was discussed and was already modified with a little addition, which is that instead of saying in particular, we had there among others by using, and I think the rest of it, the situation room was already covered. It must have been lost in communication. Thank you.
So we're going to remove in particular and replace it with amongst others.
Okay. No requests from the floor on this one. We online, have we anybody want to take the floor on this one? I think we can take that as agreed. I think United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is where we now get into the real meat of it, but as I say, hopefully uncontroversial. This is now 41, and looking first at 41D. I think possibly the paragraph before, in fact, sorry, what was D, so now C? Yes, C, exactly. So, Chair, after emphasis, in fact, sorry, I understand what's happened, apologies. I think we should separate this out into two paragraphs because we're really talking about sort of two big issues here. And that will also make sense when I come in with the rest of my intervention. So I think it would be to break after region and create a new paragraph. So before as well as. So new paragraph, and then instead of as well as, it would be endorsed. And then deleting the end of the paragraph with their contribution to the PPAs and the SDG targets. Instead, we would ask, reflecting a number of statements in the room, and I think a general call for coherence between the national, regional and the global levels, it would be calling for stronger coherence and alignment between the SDGs, the strategic framework, and its PPAs, and we could spell that out in due course, in line with renewed efforts to improve results-based management and budgeting in the organization.
I'm looking around the floor or around the room to see if there's any calls to take the floor. I
give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Chair. We're not against dividing this paragraph into two paragraphs. However, regarding the end of the proposed new paragraph, we think that the idea of results-based orientation is already reflected in another part of our report, and therefore in this case it's superfluous, it's a repetition. If you could make the text just slightly larger, then I would propose that we put a full stop after the SDGs and the strategic framework. The SDGs and the strategic framework, full stop. Thank you very much. Since the question of management and other issues of effectiveness and results-based management are already covered in other paragraphs. Thank you. I thank the Russian Federation.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation taking the point about possible duplication. I think we would have liked to have seen this here because it's specifically then when we're talking about the regional priorities, but the point is taken that it is referenced elsewhere in the report around RBM and budgeting, so we can live with this, although, correct me if I'm wrong, was the full stop after strategic framework, or should we also include the program priority areas? I defer to our colleague from the Russian Federation. I think it would be important to keep the PPAs in there, as was in the original, in fact.
Russian Federation. I thank the United Kingdom for this comment. We're ready to keep the PPAs in, and we have the full stop then after PPA. Thank you.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
United Kingdom. Sorry, actually what I might do is I might just get this one in the books before we move on to things. So I'm just looking around the floor to see if there's any objections to this revised text. Anybody online? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, we'll put that in. That's agreed. Thank you. United Kingdom, your next point, please.
Thank you, Chair. I feel I owe everybody for having to listen to my voice so much, but just to confirm, it would be, and it's PPAs, and we would spell out PPAs. I think that's clear. The next, Chair, would be a new paragraph, and it would be after the paragraph on normative work. And this paragraph, Chair, would be to underline the fact that a number of delegations made in their statements clear backing to the importance of FAO's role on standard setting, notably I think on Codex and the IPPC. This has come up a number of times, not just in this conference but at others, and I hope that this will land. And so the text would read, underlined the importance of adequate, regular budget funding for standard setting, comma, and that should be standards, sorry, my slight lisp not helping me there, comma, including the Codex Alimentarius brackets, both the Scientific Advisory Program and the Secretariat, to clarify, that would be both the Scientific Advisory Program, all one clause, no comma. And then after the parentheses, and the International Plant Protection Convention.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I'm looking around the floor to see if there's anybody who wishes to take
Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now, so as not to delay us, we'd like to reserve our position on this item for just a few minutes. I need to consult, so, and take another look at the text that's been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. United Kingdom, have you any more points, or do you want to take a rest and I'll move on to Switzerland? Switzerland, you might want to have a go.
Thank you. Let's stay on this item. Could you show D bis? It's there. I had a similar point, but I think D bis covers it, so that's fine. The E addition on UN80 is very similar to what I wanted to begin, so let's just leave it at that. On former J, might it be? On data and statistics. Sorry, I don't know the numbering anymore. Highlighted the centrality of data and statistics related to food security and nutrition. At the end, I would add, and requested FAO to strengthen its core capacities in data and statistics, ensuring increased funding through the regular budget in the PWB 28-29. I believe this was called for by a number of delegations.
So I might just jump in here on this one, having had the pleasure of looking after Commission 2 at conference last year. We can't really ask them to ensure increased funding because that is a function of the member states and at conference. But we could note, I mean, you could note it, but we'll have to take the insurance out of it because FAO can't do that. It is a function of the member states to allocate funding.
Perhaps then
encouraged would be better.
Or we could to strengthen its core capacities in data and statistics, including adequate funding through the regular budget. Would that work?
I think that's probably more, that lands lands better anyway. But I'm open to the floor if anybody wishes to take. Rosyjskiej Federacji.
Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Chair. You took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to say that given the amendments of the text, it would open some room for manoeuvre. Having said that, it is worded in such a way that runs counter to the exclusive prerogative for budgeting and distribution of the budget that is held by the FAO conference. Therefore, I would prefer making the text, how should I put it, making it clearer about conference's prerogative.
Perhaps like we're all on the same page in this one, and so instead of requested FAO, maybe we encourage FAO. Would that...
Would recommend be more appropriate? A bit stronger than encourage?
Russian Federation, does that work for you?
If possible, could you just give me a minute? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, just it's recommended or encouraged for FAO. It's for FAO.
Sorry to take the floor, and it should be at the end, in the PWB and not and the.
And it's including through adequate funding. From the regular budget. Germany, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We would also like to propose to add here, as mentioned by different delegations, to add a small language on the allocation of a small percentage of each technical cooperation project for data collection, validation and analysis. I think the best place would be here directly after what's written in blue. I can spell if you like.
Please.
So we propose to add and allocate a small percentage of each technical cooperation program, TCP, project for data collection, validation and analysis to better embed the statistical capacity in FAO's work and to make each intervention evidence-based.
Can you go through that again, just so that the Secretariat can catch up?
Okay. And allocate a small percentage of each technical cooperation program, project for data collection, validation and analysis to better embed the statistical capacity in FAO's work to make each intervention evidence-based. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Российской Федерации.
The Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we would not be able to support this proposed addition. We would rather have the text remain in more general in wording as it was presented to us by the rapporteurs. And I would like to draw attention to the fact that the FAO Council at this moment, in other words, in this midst of 2026, the exact amount of the budget for the biennium 2028-2029 hasn't yet been finally confirmed. And so we, of course, can call on FAO to present a breakdown on TCP programs, but until such time as the Council and the Financial Committee don't examine and confirm the total budget sums and the conference, of course, all of these additions are simply anticipating the discussions which are yet to come. And so in this respect, I think that the rapporteurs did the maximum that they could. They captured the main idea, namely that the data and statistics should be one of the priorities. As for budgeting, increases, decreases, allocation of the budget, these are technical discussions which are going to take place not here at the regional conference, but in the specialized bodies, of course, the Financial Committee, the Council, and the conference. And so at this point, we cannot support this addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Switzerland, please, the floor is yours, followed by the United Kingdom.
Thank you for giving me the floor again. Well, I still recall a director of OSP explaining us at the beginning of this item exactly also what the purpose is and how these decisions and how the priorities we define flow directly into management's budget proposal for the next biennium. So I believe it's entirely for the region to decide which emphasis we want to give and which recommendations we want to give. I think it was a fair point. We cannot request FAO or mandate or tell the Council what to do, but I do believe it's within our prerogative as a regional conference to recommend or encourage. I'm willing to be flexible on that, to strengthen our capacities on data and statistics, including adequate regular budget. This was very clearly explained by the director, and we have made similar recommendations in the past, and indeed there will be other information flowing into the budgets from the Program Committee, Finance Committee, Council, but the regional conference's recommendations are also explicitly flowing into that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la Suisse. United Kingdom.
I thank Switzerland.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would agree with Switzerland on this and the rationale that Switzerland gave, and I would note that other regions have done this, including in recommending that FAO ensure adequate regular budget funding for the PWB 2028-2029 on its core capacities in data and statistics. And I wonder if we don't have this, even though it would be to agree with that from other regions, we might put ourselves on the back foot in terms of being clear about what our regional priorities are for that PWB 28-29 process. That said, I actually agree somewhat with the Russian Federation and the distinguished delegate about deleting the last bit on the TCP. Whilst I really welcome the intervention from our dear colleague from Germany, it feels that's a little bit too detailed and complex to agree in this fora. I think we could take it to the Finance Committee, the Programme Committee and the Council and discuss it with other regions who have a stake in this. My understanding would be if we were going to amend the TCP, it would have to be done across all regions in terms of what would happen there. So my proposal would be, mirroring other regions, would be to end the paragraph after PWB 28-29 for the reasons set out, and I hope we can agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So, can I think we're nearly there. Germany, please.
Yes, thank you very much. So we will not stress the time here. So for us, compromise proposed by UK will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany, for your flexibility. Masiki Federati.
Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель.
Thank you, Chair. I think we really are getting towards a consensus. I would propose replacing the first part of the sentence from the UK with the word invite. Invites FAO in consultation with member states
проанализировать.
To analyze the possibility of strengthening.
Изучить, проанализировать.
Study, analyze, whatever.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
United Kingdom, how does that work for you?
Chair, I think in the interests of moving us on, we can live with these caveats that the Russian Federation has proposed and hope this can be a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you again for your flexibility. Russian Federation?
Я благодарю.
Thank you for the constructive work. Thank you very much.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
Yeah. So can we just remove that last, the strikeout, please, from the Secretariat so we can read it with a clean eye? Okay, I'm just having a quick look around the room to see if there's any objections to that. I'm not seeing any objections. I think that's the agreed text for this thing. And where we are now, I think, save the reserve that the Russian Federation put on the earlier paragraph, I think we are in agreement to this point in the document. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We're ready to agree with the previous proposal by the UK on the Codex Alimentarius and the APEPC, I think it was.
Spasiba, Российский Federation.
Thank you to the Russian Federation.
In my part of the world, now we're sucking diesel. Okay, so we're clear up to where we are in the document. Switzerland, please.
Thank you. So I would have two additional paragraphs on the same agenda item, and then one small change on the One Health and TAD one. But let's first look at the new paragraphs. The first one relates to collaboration partnerships. This was highlighted by many delegations. So I suggest a new paragraph at the end. We could just put it at the end. Encouraged FAO to continue strengthening collaboration with partners, especially with the RBAs. It would have to be spelled out. And in line with the UN 80 reform, to enhance synergies, support efficiency. Sorry, I'm too fast. To enhance synergies, support efficiency, and reduce duplication. Especially in country-level implementation.
Okay, can we just have a quick go at that one? I'm seeing nods of approval and no discernible disagreement, which is always a good thing. Российской Федерации.
Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Chair. In principle, we could consider this wording. There's just one thing that we would add. In line with the UN 80 reform, to the end of the text, yes, as proposed by Switzerland, to the end of the text. But at the end, we would want to add the following. While preserving the relative advantages, or while observing the relative advantages of the Rome-based Rome-based agencies of the UN system, taking into account
competitive advantages RBAs.
I thank the Russian Federation.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Switzerland for the initial proposal and the Russian Federation for the additional clause. We can go with the additional clause and the original, but perhaps with the edit of comparative advantages, which would usually, to my mind, be the English phrasing of what I think the Russian Federation is getting at here, which we fully agree with.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Russian Federation? And we have agreement on this as well. So I'm going to just finish this paragraph, get it into the books. Seeing no discernible, or any in fact, disagreement, we'll take that as agreed. Switzerland, you have more that you wish to go, so please take the floor.
My last new paragraph, at the end would be fine. Reiterated the key role of the Committee on World Food Security and all its voluntary policy products. To realize the FAO strategic framework and requested FAO to incorporate those products into its priority areas of work, to support their uptake and implementation, as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Российской Федерации.
Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, as currently worded, we cannot support this proposal. We are ready to reflect the important role that the CFS plays and the voluntary policy products that are adopted in the committee, but we cannot support the end of the proposal made by Switzerland because of the very nature of the voluntary policy products. They are indeed elaborated in an intergovernmental, interstate format, but in the preamble it is written that these are voluntary principles which do not place any obligations on the members. The members can implement them to the extent that they see fit, and so this wording, using this wording, would lead us to a situation where FAO all over the place begins to include these products in its work, and this would lead to a clash of interests at the country level, because we have a whole number of policy products and provisions in these products where the countries dissociate from them. They do not accept it. And so we cannot agree. We cannot agree with the end of this proposal. We think it's important to underscore the important role of the CFS and the documents that it adopts, and to leave it there. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again to Switzerland for the proposal and to the Russian Federation for the rationale for why they would like to see changes. I might suggest, drawing from the kind of language that we use in CFS regularly, instead of deleting here, perhaps we could just add at the end, as appropriate, comma, in line with national contexts and priorities, which I think speaks to what the Russian Federation was saying, that ultimately the application and use of CFS voluntary products should be determined at that sort of level and not riding over a country's own views on the issues at stake. Thank you.
Russian Federation, that would appear to be a nice workaround for your difficulties on this one? No? Please take the floor.
Unfortunately not, Chairman. This certainly wouldn't help us. The deal is that the end of it is included in all of the CFS documents. In other words, we write in many paragraphs in line with national priorities. But Switzerland's proposal, in particular the end of it, is heading at something else. It encourages FAO to incorporate, in other words, to include. And what does include mean? In line with national priorities. This wouldn't work. FAO, if it received such an instruction, it would then start to include these things everywhere. And then what would countries do? When they agree to a country program, they cannot sit and then cherry pick what they're going to sign up to and what they're not going to. FAO sets the program where then what we would be incorporated then the priority products from CFS. Therefore, we think that this wouldn't help us. It would lead to a conflict of interest at country level.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
Perhaps maybe United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Russian Federation. Chair, I'm sure our Irish Sea minds are about to come to the same proposal, but perhaps keeping in line with national context and priorities, but hearing what the Russian Federation has said, the highlighted word is clearly the challenge, and so why don't we say to consider these products? Thank you.
Celtic minds win out. The Netherlands, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe first have a look if this proposal flies, because I do not have a Celtic mind, so I had something else in mind.
How are you getting on, Netherlands?
Oh, I was seeing if this paragraph was okay like this.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I might go to the Russian Federation.
Yeah, I was looking at her, sorry.
Okay. Russian Federation, please.
Just another couple of seconds, please, if possible. I am going to look at the proposal of the UK. In this case, I think that we could simply delete the end. If we can find a solution with consider, then there's no mention of countries. There's a call on FAO, but there's no mention in this text of members. So it's not clear how national priorities would fit with priorities. But I'm going to look at the wording now if you give me a couple of seconds. Thank you.
And of course you can have as much time as you want. I think United Kingdom might give you a bit of help on this one. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. To confirm, we can delete in line with national context and priorities. I had hoped that would help the situation, but if it helps to take that away, then let's do that and keep with consider. Thank you.
Many thanks, United Kingdom. Netherlands, you have left the room. You're okay? Okay, fantastic. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We can agree with the proposal from the United Kingdom to replace with consider, but at the beginning of the sentence, could we please replace key role with important role? Thank you.
No objection from the United Kingdom? No objection from the Switzerland? Okay, I think we'll have a quick look around to see if there's any other nods from no. I think nods of approval all around on that one. We will put that one in the book then. Okay, fantastic. Switzerland.
I would like to thank my colleagues for their support in improving the initial drafts, and I'm happy we reached these conclusions. I have one last change. The paragraph 33, so the second paragraph under item 15 of One Health and Transboundary Animal Diseases. It should be above. Yep. The first paragraph talks really about One Health in general, which I think we all highlight the importance of treating all the sectors holistically, and therefore in the last line I would like to replace animal production systems with food systems. Thank you.
Russian Federation, please. No, that's okay.
No, I hadn't yet seen how it's come up on the screen. Sorry.
That's okay. No. I think the convention is agri-food systems. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I'm not, my English isn't the most expert, so I'm going to need the help of the Russian interpreters, but I think that the initial idea of this paragraph is that it's about mitigating the consequences, the impact from the angle of the livestock, the animal production sector, and now we're expanding here. In other words, are we now talking about the consequences not just for livestock but for the entire agriculture system, or for within the livestock sector? I think there is a difference here. So I would have, I think, preferred the initial proposal. I think the idea was to assess and to mitigate the consequences within the animal production system rather than the agri-food system as a whole. I think the initial idea was a little different. Thank you, Russian Federation.
Give the floor to Israel, who are online. Israel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just coming back quickly to the paragraph about the CFS. I was looking at the initial document under the second part, and then it was point 80, In point 20, it mentions that the regional conference recommended the members, and then paragraph F, strengthen land tenure rights and apply CFS voluntary guidelines. So it seems that here there is even a stronger language, and I'm not sure about the legal implication of such language on members. So going back to the Swiss suggestion, I don't know what kind of wording you would want to use at the end, but maybe it should be reflected also at this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to come back on the paragraph in the One Health item, but I would also come back on this and say I'm not entirely clear what Israel's suggestion was and which paragraph it's referring to. So maybe if they could clarify and some guidance from you, Chair, as to when I should then come back to the One Health paragraph. Thank you.
Let's deal with the One Health paragraph and get that in the books, and meanwhile Israel can come in after that then to clarify. United Kingdom and the One Health one.
Thank you so much, Chair. So listening to the suggestion by Switzerland and then the response from the Russian Federation, my interpretation, if I'm honest, had been more in line with what Switzerland has said around this being about beyond livestock systems, beyond just animal production. Perhaps we could look at recognizing the Russian Federation's comment about, okay, well, is this all of agri-food systems? We could perhaps put within relevant parts of agri-food systems. But I do think it is important here to go beyond just animal production, because ultimately we're talking about a whole suite of different sectors and intersections in agri-food systems that come at the human-animal plant environment interface and cause problems across that agri-food system. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Rosyjskie Federacji, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just give me a couple of minutes to look at the text once again. Thank you.
For sure. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Russian Federation for their comment, and UK for, as always, finding a good way forward. I just recall the discussion, the document itself that was presented to us contained a bit two parts, one a bit more One Health in general, and then focusing on transboundary animal diseases. In many interventions, including ours, I think there were general remarks about One Health, while then moving on specifically to transboundary animal disease. I think in line with this idea of holistic approach, looking at these intersectoral actions, it would be important that we have at least one initial paragraph that really tackles this interconnectedness and this holistic approach of the One Health. And I think that's what the first paragraph tries to capture, while the rest of the conclusions then really deal with transboundary animal diseases. And I think the UK suggestion offers a good way forward on that, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. How are we getting on there, Russian Federation?
I'd like to thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the proposal. We can agree to it. Thank you.
Спасибо,
I thank the Russian Federation.
Kingdom, and thank you, Switzerland. not seeing any objections elsewhere in the room, I'm going to put that in the books and we're not going to revisit it. Dear delegates, we have 10 minutes before a break, so can we go back to Israel to get some clarity for the United Kingdom on the CFS point. Israel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry for being very clear. So I'm referring to Part 2, Regional and Global Policy and Regulatory Issues. Under Section A, 20, the Regional Conference recommended that members strengthen land tenure rights and apply the CFS voluntary guidelines. So it seems that this language legally is much stronger as it recommends to apply the guidelines of a voluntary, as opposed to now this new paragraph, which you can go back to quickly. Maybe just to speed it up a little bit, the language, which my UK colleague is an expert on it.
Thank you, Israel. Can we just go back to the top of 20 there for a second so we can see the preamble?
Everybody's talking this language of
so
the guidelines on members, another argument.
Okay, so my reading of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm open to correction, it's that this is the conference is making this recommendation. The application of CFS guidelines is a function of the member states. But perhaps the inclusion of the United Kingdom's go-to phrase for CFS language might help on this one. United Kingdom, if you want to just reiterate that.
If that helps, secure agreement here exactly, so in line with national context and priorities. But I think your explanation at the beginning, Chair, was exactly right in terms of the difference vis-à-vis the heading and also the intention of this part of the report versus then the other part of the report. Thank you.
Israel, how does that sit with you?
Thank you, very helpful. Thank you for the explanation.
Super. So, not seeing any dissension or nods of upset or concern or disagreement around the floor, this language is agreed and we can go on to the next point. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one final suggestion before, unless others have others, before perhaps we go on to other issues that were previously raised. But it would be, Chair, in paragraph 41K. Oh, I think because of the additional paragraphs we've added, that's not quite the one I was looking at. It was maybe the original H, so perhaps go up.
So I think,
yes.
United Kingdom, we are running up for a recess, so we'll reflect on that and come back first thing after a cup of tea.
Thank you.
We are recessed. 20 minutes. 20 minutes it's a comfort break and a cup of tea. There you go, lads. 30 minutes, you're even getting a longer one. 30 minutes. Session is suspended for 30 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Colleagues, can we make our way back to our seats, please? Okay, colleagues.
So you didn't get this Guinness?
No. Andreas? Yep. So when the rapporteur joins us on the podium, I will give the floor to the United Kingdom to continue from where we left off before the recess. United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope everyone had a good break and a good cup of tea. Chair, in this paragraph, there are a number of different initiatives that we could possibly mention here. I heard other initiatives mentioned under or in different statements from different members. And so I wonder if, following somewhat precedent, we, instead of listing a list, instead we could go for called upon FAO to continue implementation of flagship initiatives, and then it would go to in the region, so deleting the list, because we could add, and I have a list here that my capital has asked me to add, but I don't want to get into that because we'll get a Christmas tree, and that's not what we're here for, and we want to finish before tomorrow's field trip, so I would suggest that we move to this. Thank you.
I fully endorse that sentiment, and thank you for that. Less is more on this occasion.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Chair. And I thank the delegate from the United Kingdom for that proposal. I understand that a list of initiatives isn't always, well, how should we put it, the most optimal way of doing things. But nonetheless, in this paragraph, we would like to preserve the names of these initiatives. This isn't just done for no reason. The point is that our regional conference is called the Regional Conference for Europe. And this, de facto, then, this is the Regional Conference for Europe and the countries of Central Asia. In the Secretariat's document on the corresponding agenda item, it says that these are the initiatives that are implemented in the countries of Central Asia. Having said that, it is these initiatives that are carried out not in one country in Central Asia, but in a whole range of them, in 2 countries, in 3 countries, 4 countries. Tajikistan, that is our host now, also to Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Therefore, as an exception, I would ask the members of our conference, and as a way of paying our respects to Central Asia, who is not mentioned in our name, in the name of the conference, to keep this list. honestly, I would even propose that we have in the paragraph, we place the stress on the fact that we continue the implementation of these initiatives, in particular in the countries of Central Asia. The governments of these countries have invested a lot in order to become members of these initiatives and to launch specific projects. Therefore, let us demonstrate in this case our flexibility and add either the Central Asia to the list of initiatives or we maintain the list. Thank you very much. I thank the Russian Federation.
United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I understand exactly, I think, where the Russian Federation is coming from, and let me add my voice to hers in saying, firstly, how appreciative we are of Tajikistan, but then also the wider region, and how important it is that they are reflected and represented in this conference and its report. I think throughout the UK's statements during this conference we've made that abundantly clear, including highlighting where we have other cooperation with the countries of Central Asia. Chair, that said, I know that there are other initiatives that FAO and the Central Asian countries are actively implementing around UN RED, Forest Farm Facility, Green Cities, GSP, 50 by 2030, all of these kind of things. And so I do sort of have a concern about naming particular initiatives. So building on what the Russian Federation have said, perhaps picking up on our last point, we could say called upon FAO to continue implementation of flagship initiatives in the Central Asian region. And then if needs be, we could also note the paragraph in the document as a footnote, as an easy way out, so that the initiatives that have been highlighted in that particular document are brought out, but it's not exhaustive and exclusive of the other initiatives that we know and our Central Asian partners know they're working on with the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Rosyjskiej Federacji.
Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you very much, Chair. Probably we could go along the lines of the proposal from the UK if it's reflected on the screen. I need to just look at it in detail. There's something that I can't find, but perhaps the Secretariat can help me. In one of the paragraphs, there's a reference to the 50-20-30 initiative, and therefore that paragraph, we could take out the mention of that in the paragraph. If the Secretariat could help me to find this paragraph, then I would be very grateful. If not, then I will look at the text in this paragraph where there's a reference to the 50-30 initiative.
Спасибо, Российский Федерация.
I thank the Russian Federation.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I think I misspoke when I mentioned 50 by 2030 in the context of the Central Asian region, because I don't believe actually that any Central Asian countries are directly involved in the 50 countries that are in the initiative, rather that we all benefit from investment in this initiative because providing better data in other countries helps agri-food systems and agri-food trade around the world. And so I think it is slightly different here, not least because the whole paragraph is about data systems, whereas the other paragraph is about a sort of list of initiatives that we want to keep on implementing because they support our colleagues, friends, partners in the Central Asian region. So I think there is a slight difference there. But I heard from the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation the sense that we can perhaps move with this idea of talking about flagship initiatives in the Central Asian region, and then if needs be footnoting the paragraph in the document where it refers to specific initiatives, if that works. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Российской Федерации.
Russian Federation.
Вы знаете,
Yes, I would propose rather that we take, that we delete in the other paragraph the reference to the 50-20-30. And then I could agree with the proposal of the United Kingdom on changing this paragraph and on the footnote with a list of the documents. Thank you.
Spasiba. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Russian Federation. I'm not necessarily hearing, and this could be my fault, and we're late in the day now, but I'm not necessarily hearing a rationale for why to delete the 50 by 2030 reference, not least given what I just explained in terms of it there being a qualitative difference in how and why we're referencing different things here. This in H is a clear list of initiatives for direct implementation in the Central Asian region, but we don't want to be exclusive and exhaustive here, but we can still link to the footnote. We'll have the footnote linked to particular paragraphs that then bring out specific initiatives. Whereas the other paragraph is about investing in data systems, including this thing that isn't directly implemented, but we as members would like to support so that global agri-food systems and agri-food trade are supported.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Российской Федерации.
Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to find the paragraph which mentions the 50 by 2030 initiative. I just want to once more take a look at this paragraph. If you could tell me the paragraph, help me to find it. The number and which section it is, this would speed up our work.
I think it's on the screen now, 24C.
Вы знаете, господин председатель.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer to keep the listing of the initiatives if we're not going to limit ourselves just to this list, then we could also put something on the lines of in particular or including but not limited to. So we have enough constructions, wording that could indicate that this list contained in paragraph H is not a closed list. And if that is what we do, then I would be willing to keep the reference to the 50 by 2030 initiative. It's one of the initiatives, and we invite in the paragraph to join this initiative, and then we should also make mention of the fact that it's one of the initiatives. So I do think that we need to have a coherence here. I'm not trying to play with the different initiatives here, so I would propose that we leave point E as it is, with the 50 by 2030 reference, and then leave the list and H, which corresponds to the list that was given in the relevant document from the Secretariat, and to add a formula on the lines of initiative. This initiative within the list, but not limited, or something on those lines. And I would be grateful if the Secretariat could also help us to word this correctly here.
Спасибо, Российской Федерации.
Thank you to the Russian Federation.
United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, as I say, I don't necessarily see the rationale for playing this off against each other in terms of paragraphs and initiatives, but I sort of see that we have maybe reached an impasse. So my final suggestion would be, building on what the Russian Federation have just said, would be to keep the paragraph tight, to not have a Christmas tree where I might add, and therefore have called upon FAO to continue implementation of flagship initiatives, and then footnote the list as was, but including but not limited to, and then the three initiatives that are specifically picked out. If that would work, it would keep the paragraph tight and easy, and I think would give a sense to readers that we're very much not limiting ourselves to. So it would be including but not limited to, and then the list of initiatives that are listed there in the footnotes.
Российская Федерация.
Russian Federation.
Я сожалею, господин
I apologize, Chair, but I can't agree. The Initiative 50 by 2030 is also an initiative. It wasn't approved at an intergovernmental level, like those initiatives that we have in paragraph H. All initiatives are good in themselves. Therefore, if we introduce some initiative into a footnote that's still in the text, then a question arises that are some initiatives more important, therefore they're in the main body of the text, and some are less important, and therefore they are in the footnote. From my point of view, this wouldn't be correct, especially because those initiatives that we have in paragraph H are important indeed for the countries of Central Asia, and they've invested a lot of effort to launch projects within these initiatives. Therefore, there's a need to support these countries in continuing what they've already started with the FAO's support. I don't quite understand why there's such a reluctance to mention these initiatives. I have some doubts that perhaps there's some kind of issue around these initiatives that are mentioned in H.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I hope we can come to a close with this, which I hope will be my final intervention on the issue. I fully agree with the Russian Federation that it is important to highlight all the initiatives that Central Asian countries are currently signed up to, have invested in, and FAO is working with those countries to implement. In fact, it's not just Central Asia, it's in fact other program countries in the region, if I'm not mistaken. But that's absolutely not what we're trying to say. We're just trying to not limit ourselves here, whereas the other paragraph is about something that countries in this region haven't yet joined, which is why we're then highlighting it. So there is a qualitative difference there. But seeing that we're now at 7:30, I will roll back to probably what we'll find consensus, which is to continue implementation of flagship initiatives, including but not limited to, and then the list, but in the main paragraph, if that works for the Russian Federation and for other members.
Thank you, United Kingdom, for your flexibility on this. I trust that this flexibility will be received warmly by the Russian Federation.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Chair. Unfortunately, my vision isn't so good, so every time I need to make the text a bit bigger. I think if you could just make it slightly bigger, thank you. Yes. I'm ready to support it as it stands with this maintenance in the text of the names of the three initiatives, with an indication that this is not a complete list, not a closed list, as it is on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Russian Federation and the United Kingdom. United Kingdom.
Chair, in saying what I just said in my last statement, I realised that perhaps we're not giving enough visibility then to other program countries in the region. And I maybe look to the Secretariat to confirm, but there are other program countries in the region that are part of flagship initiatives. And so it feels then strange while wanting to highlight the Central Asian countries and their investment. So perhaps initiatives in the Central Asian region and other European region program countries, maybe the Secretariat could help us out with more precise wording there.
Thank you, United Kingdom, Russian Federation.
I think, considering that there are countries in the region that participate in the initiatives, I don't see any problem with making that addition. I thank the Russian Federation.
And can I assure you that diminishing eyesight is something that I am suffering on a daily basis, and you should have seen the size of the font that I have on my script for the last week. It's a lot of effort from the Secretariat, so don't worry about it. So we are on paragraph H. I think we have come to some sort of agreement on the language. I'm looking around to see if there's any dissension. No. So on that, we will put that in the books, and that's the agreed language for section H. Sorry. The Secretary, please.
Thank you. And just to comment, if we want to be precise, we could talk about Central Asian countries, Western Balkan countries, and Caucasus. But if you want to say program countries, including Central Asian countries, this is suggestion, it's up to you. Thank you.
If anybody has any particular objections, maybe we just get the geographic niceties that's suggested by the Secretary there into the report, so to be sure. Including Central Asian countries. Program countries of the region. Central Asian program countries of the region.
Program countries in the region, including Central Asian countries.
So let's get this right again. So it's program countries in the region, including Central Asian countries. Fantastic. We okay, guys? That looks reasonable. I think it gets to where we want to get to. Okay, let's draw a line under that one and we move on. I think we've gone through most of the, I hasten to say, the less contentious points, but we've spent some time getting these things, so we're getting to more substantive matters now. I open the floor to who wants to take Poland on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to go back to point 41G, the old 41, and try to propose a compromise wording going back actually to the earlier version. So we would propose to the following wording. Noted the multiple crises affecting the region, comma. So the beginning in the first draft report, and then continuing from the wording highlighting the urgent need for resilient and sustainable and so on until the food security in the region. And perhaps, but I would need the advice of native speakers, perhaps the text would be better if we put and between sustainable agri-food systems and reaffirming FAO's pivotal role. That means that we would propose to delete the part in the first version, delete the part starting from including the impacts of climate change and so on, until the triple burden of malnutrition. Yeah, the word conflicts would not be in this proposal. So noted the multiple crises affecting in the region, yes, and then highlighting the urgent need, and so on, and perhaps adding and after sustainable agri-food systems before reaffirming FAO's pivotal role, and so on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Poland, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Not Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can agree with the proposition made by Poland on behalf of the European Union.
Thank you, Ukraine. Rosyjskiej Federacji.
Russian Federation.
Дайте, пожалуйста, мне секунду.
I'd like just a second, please. I understand that everything that has been crossed out on the screen is going to be deleted, and what hasn't been crossed out on the screen remains. Is that correct?
Одну секундочку. Спасибо.
Just a minute, please.
No problem.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you very much. We would be ready to agree with this.
Spasiba.
Thank you, Russian Federation.
So we have that one in the books, and we have H in the books. Excellent. Can we move on through? Are there any other parts of the report that dear colleagues would like to make an intervention on at this stage? Because we are coming to a point of collaborative, cooperative consensus. How about that for alliteration? I am not seeing any other requests for the floor regarding this report. Dear colleagues, thank you for your contributions and your interventions and your comments on the report. Rosyjski Federacji.
Russian Federation. Apologies, Chair. I'm sorry for interrupting you. We've already corrected a lot of paragraphs. We've added new paragraphs. But if my memory serves me correctly, the representative of the United Kingdom, before we went to the break, said that it might be a good idea to look at the wording that was basically agreed on paragraph 27 under any other business. And also, we don't have a fine in text. We didn't see it about the proposal on from Cyprus about hosting the next conference. Perhaps we've already seen so many new paragraphs on the screen, and therefore perhaps we could also consider these and put them in the right place so that we have a complete understanding of what we're going to have in the text. I do apologise.
No need to apologise. That is a very prudent approach. United Kingdom, have you any comment on that?
Just to agree with the Russian Federation, that I think it would be prudent to see the whole report before we adopt it.
Okay, so Secretariat, I'm going to have a brief recess for 10 minutes to get those paragraphs in so that we can have a final look at the completed report. 10 minutes, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Dear colleagues, could you resume your seats, please, as the text is now ready.
Sir.
That's great. She's not going to disassociate. Dear colleagues and Secretariat, can I see the text, please? I think I might have ASMR and getting a tingling sensation as we come towards the end of our conference. Colleagues, can we look at the additional text, please? So, the conference expressed its appreciation to the government of Tajikistan for hosting the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe and for the hospitality extended by the people of Tajikistan. I see no objections to this text, so I will consider that as agreed. Then can we move on to the item on the offer from, or the request, no, the invitation and from Cyprus. So, new paragraph G, the date and place of the 36th session of the Regional Conference for Europe. Paragraph 56, the conference took note of the candidacy presented by Cyprus for hosting the 36th session of the Regional Conference for Europe, and in line with Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure, requested that the Director General undertake the necessary consultations. I don't suspect there should be too much on the Rosyjski Federacji.
Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one small question. Perhaps the Secretariat could clarify in this wording, when we're asking the Director General to hold the necessary consultations, does this imply that the Director General will begin the procedure of agreeing with the government of Cyprus the modalities for organizing this conference, which would also include signing the memorandum and the agreement with the host country? Could you clarify this for me, please?
Thank you, Russian Federation. Bear with me. Poland, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, would like to make a final closing remark. followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. We are very happy and we would like to express our satisfaction with the fact that we can adopt the report by consensus, which is due to everybody's spirit of cooperation. We thank everybody for their great efforts to reach the consensus, including the FAO Secretariat, the chairs, and the rapporteurs. We highly value your hard work. We would also like to take this opportunity to reiterate the expressions of our profound gratitude to the Tajikistan government, which we addressed to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Mrs. Nigina Anvari, who is present with us. And we are really thankful for all the hospitality and all the efforts made at making it possible for us to work here for so many days. Thank you so much. And we are looking forward to learning more about Tajikistan agriculture during the field trip tomorrow, looking at the Tajikistan orchards and other surprises that you planned for us. Rahmat.
Thank you, Poland, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. And for the final time, Yaroslava Rossiyska.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would also like to, on behalf of the entire Russian delegation, thank the government of Tajikistan, the Ministry of Agriculture, and all of the Tajik colleagues who, over the course of these days, right from our first step on Tajik soil at the airport and again ending at the airport when we're farewelled, I'd like to express our thanks for your hospitality, for your patience, and for the fact that at such a high level you have hosted this regional conference. And I'd also like to say here in Central Asia, whose history has so many centuries in it and so much Eastern wisdom, Asian wisdom. After 2 regional conferences, when we adopted reports through a vote, we have now adopted a report through consensus. And I cannot say that everything in this report suits us. But what I want to say is something else. I want to say why our delegation has supported the adoption through consensus and has not dissociated even from item 14, which we didn't particularly like it. We didn't see it as balanced. But what I want to recall are the words spoken by the Director General. He said that you can't throw anything out of history, and at one point, the countries of Central Asia, Russia, and other countries were all part of one big home, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. But then we grew up, and like children grow up, we all went and set up our own homes. My home is the Russian Federation. Tajikistan's home is here, the home where the people of Tajikistan live today. And the Kyrgyz Republic has its home, the Uzbek people, and in each home has their rules, their traditions. But all of us remain relatives. We're all relatives. The Russian Federation is in each country in Central Asia as if visiting its relatives. And among relatives, there's a tradition of respect not just for the host, but also for the guests. The guests have been invited into the home, and so no matter how this looks from outside, I respect all of the delegations who here in hospitable Tajikistan has invited into its home. And I believe that constructive work and achieving consensus is possible. And what's important is that we have a common goal. And the final thing I want to say, I want to sincerely thank not just the government of Tajikistan and the people of Tajikistan, but the peoples of all of the Central Asian countries for remaining our relatives. This is important to us. We cherish it. Thank you.
Spasiba Rossiki Federacji.
I thank the Russian Federation.
I called the civil society organizations to make a brief statement.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, country representatives, distinguished delegates. This regional conference is reaching its end, and the civil society organizations and indigenous peoples would like to express their thanks to the government of Tajikistan for its warm welcome, and also to the FAO, interpreters, technical personnel, organizers, and all of the participants for their work and for their contribution to these important discussions over the past days. During this conference, we've discussed regional priorities, food security, the elements around crises of climate change and rural development, resilience, the importance of local seeds and biodiversity. Access to land and healthy and nutritious food for consumers, while respecting decent revenues for farmers, animal health and public health, market pressures, conflicts, the future of agri-food systems in Europe and Central Asia. All of these are points that have been addressed. Throughout these subjects, a message has been clear. The current model of the agri-food system fails for too many people, as well as for the very ecosystems that we depend on. We thank the conference for having included references to the +20 as well as to the voluntary guidelines of the CFS. In sum, we restate the principle that nothing about us without us. Thank you very much.
And thank you, civil society organizations. Dear colleagues, I now invite the chair of conference to come onto the podium. The chair of conference.
Уважаемые делегаты,
Distinguished delegates, heads of delegation, I think everybody's very tired now. You've done a lot of hard work today. Thank you to you, and I'd like now to give the floor to the Secretary.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Позвольте меня.
I'd like to begin by thanking you personally and your expert colleagues.
Allow me to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan for their tireless work and their patience with the conference secretariat. I also wish to thank the hard-working staff of Kohi Somon, this magnificent place, who all ensured for all of us participants a comfort during the time of the conference. Above all, تشكر بأساس جذوري صلح و وحدتی ملی پیشوای ملت Presidente Jumhuri Tajikistan Imam Ali Rahman. And thank you for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, for hosting us in these magnificent grounds, surrounded by nature, inspiring reflection, and indeed unity, which inspired us all to have a report in consensus. I would like to specifically thank my team in the Secretariat of the Regional Conference and all my colleagues in the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia who have worked long and hard before and during the conference to prepare the documents, briefings, and ensure everything ran smoothly. Any errors or mistakes are my fault, please, in this regard. I would like to thank the interpreters for their flexibility and accommodation, the vice chairs, the rapporteurs, but of course I would like to thank you, distinguished delegates, participants, especially those who challenged us. Each of you helped make us and make this conference for me memorable. This being the 4th session of the Regional Conference for Europe and making it my 7th regional conference after 3 regional conference sessions in the Near East and North Africa. My wish, like everyone here, is for your next meeting to be under the heading of Uniting in Sustainable Peace and Cooperation. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture, as well as Her Excellency, Ms. Beth Bagdol, our Deputy Director General, to the lectern, please.
Chair, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this regional conference, allow me, on behalf of the Director General and colleagues from FAO headquarters, our regional office, and our country teams across this region, express our sincere appreciation for all of your engagement and contributions over these past few days. This conference has highlighted both the complexity of the challenges, some shared and some quite unique, facing this region, but it has also showed us the strength of your ideas, your partnerships, and ambition to address them. One message came through clearly: the challenges facing agri-food systems are increasingly interconnected and require us not only to adapt, but to work differently. For FAO, this has been an important opportunity for us to listen to you, to your exchanges, to your dialogue, and to your priorities. Many of you have engaged directly with colleagues across the organization, and that matters. It was important for us to be here, and to be here to hear clearly where expectations are evolving and where support is needed most. As the Director General often reminds all of us, walk the talk. The priorities are clear, the solutions are available, and the task ahead is implementation. What matters now is not what we discussed here in Dushanbe, but what we do next. Some of us will be taking up many of these same topics starting on Monday in Rome at the Program and Finance Committee meeting. That means we are committed to continue working alongside you. So let me once again thank the government and people of Tajikistan, the President, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Ministers, Minister, Deputy Ministers, all of you from the very beginning of our arrival here in Dushanbe have done nothing but show us warm hospitality and an excellent organization of this conference. I want to thank all of you who have been here working long hours to tackle some of the most important topics. But I would say, for those of you traveling, being a part of the field visits tomorrow, let's use tomorrow to remember what's at the center of our work. Farmers, rural communities, the people who do the work of changing agri-food systems. For those of you not able to be with us for the field visits, we do nothing but wish you all the very best and safe travels home. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, participants in this 35th FAO Regional Conference for Europe and Central Asia. On behalf of the Republic of Tajikistan, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan and the leader of the nation, Emomali Rahmon, and the government of Tajikistan, we express our sincere gratitude to the management of FAO and to the members, and to our international partners, and to all participants in this conference for the fruitful work and the substantive dialogue and the high level of organization of these sessions. These discussions once again show that today, world food security, sustainable agriculture, rational use of natural resources, and climate adaptation require us to unite our efforts and to strengthen international cooperation. And for the Republic of Tajikistan, this is of strategic importance. We have big energy, water, agrarian potential, and our country is working consistently on initiatives to promote sustainable use of our water resources, to develop green agriculture, and to protect, preserve our mountain ecosystems and ensure our food sustainability. And our country will continue to make a practical contribution to reaching the common goals and priorities of FAO in this region and globally. And I'd particularly like to note that this conference in hospitable Dushanbe has been an important opportunity for strengthening partnerships, exchanging best practice, and coming up with common decisions that will boost the prosperity of our peoples and the development of our region. We are confident that these decisions and the agreements reached will serve to further strengthen global agri-food systems, develop the countryside, expand regional cooperation, and raise the living standards of our peoples. I seize this opportunity to express particular thanks to the interpreters, to the Secretariat staff, to the technical staff, and to all of the organizers for the high professionalism, the dedicated work, and the invaluable contribution to the successful holding of this conference. The Republic of Tajikistan reaffirms its commitment to the principles of mutual respect, solidarity, multilateral cooperation, and sustainable development. This is the main work of the FAO. And once again, I would like to thank all participants for the constructive spirit, for the active participation in our work together, for the sake of our common future. And tomorrow, distinguished delegates, I invite you to visit the town of Hisar, where you will visit facilities which last year received the GIAS certification, the El Mosi Valley, where you will see the crops, the ethnographic traditions, how you will see the Taifi grape, which has received the GIAS certification, and the Gisa sheep breed, and the culture associated with this, and the fortress of Gisa. We are very pleased that, as the Secretary said, he said it's his 7th regional conference. And this is why I think he's so calm in conducting this conference. But this is my first conference, and for some others too. Well, we will learn from you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Distinguished Deputy Director Generals, we had the representative of FAO at Tajikistan, who knows the country well, everywhere, who's visited every district, every region, and who knows Tajikistan, and who worked here during the difficult years. Thank you to all for all of the work done together, for all of the, and for this conference now. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I declare the 35th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Europe closed. I wish all the best of health, continued success, prosperity, and a safe journey home. Thank you.
Janobi Wazir, Excellencies, allow me just to say a few words. Like in the Parliament, I was mentioned, so I have the right to respond. Just a few words. I would like to use this opportunity to express appreciation to the government of Tajikistan for the incredible hospitality and organization of this meeting. Probably what I learned through the years, Tajikistan could be the etalon of hospitality. Please continue like this. I'd like to also thank all of you for an extraordinary work and extraordinary outcome of our conference, and probably the tasks for us to continue working for the people in the rural areas involved in agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and to bring probably a bit better life to these people. I'd like to also use this opportunity to thank my colleagues in FAO in HQ, but also Secretariat who were involved for quite a long time in organizing this conference, together with the colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the government of Tajikistan, in organizing this conference. I would like to ask again for a round of applause for the Secretariat. They're all here, almost all of them here. And probably FAO representation in Tajikistan. The minister mentioned me working here. I was the first generation of a FAO representative. Agassi is the third generation, but there is a big team here already. Our representation grew up very much through all these years. Our portfolio grew up through these years, and indeed, FAO is very well known in Tajikistan. The last but not least, 7 conferences. Secretary, probably one of the most experienced secretary in for FAO Regional Conference in FAO. My colleagues prepared a small gift for Nabil Ganji, for whom this is the last conference, and we hope this gift will have a proper place in your FAO museum, in your house. Nabil. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shori. I would like to hug Nabil. Great job. Great job. Colleagues, thank you very much. Please continue enjoying Tajikistan like I do already for 12 years. Thanks a lot. No one wants to leave.